Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Savannah by Night here on the Midnight Dispatch. It is, of course, not the only thing that we are going to be doing on this channel. We do have some upcoming announcements. But if you want to keep up to date on some of those things and look at past episodes, please check out our Discord and YouTube. I do have one announcement for myself. Tomorrow, I will be hanging out with Ed from Games and Tea as we do a bit of prep work for his Amsterdam by Night campaign. We having a good time, making a hash of it, and mostly just sipping tea and probably commenting about that, both metaphorical and otherwise. Sam, do you have any announcements?
I do. This Saturday, we will be continuing with more Smoggle Screams, playing more Resident Evil Requiem. Apparently, there's more to the game. I figured I got out of the main mansion and clinic and thought I was done, and then people were like, "No, you saved the game. The credits didn't roll. There's actually more to play." But I'm assuming everything's gonna be fine. As normal, I'm always a chill gamer when it comes to Resident Evil, and I am really I play Leon really coolly.
That's because you're staring at his ass.
They don't allow that actually, so that's 0 out of 10 game.
Martel, where can we find you?
Yeah, we have got Star Wars going on this week over at the Knights of Silvermoon. So I think we're about to learn how to fly our own ship because we used to have a pilot and he found his real friends, and now we don't have a pilot anymore. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to learn some basic skills for getting around the galaxy. Should be a good time.
I guess the moral of the story is the pilots were requisitioned along the way, or
Yeah, the friend you make along the way, it's easier to make friends if you have a pilot, because then you can have it along the way as opposed to just like being stuck in the same place.
But it is Star Wars and there's clones. There's a potential for a lot of different kinds of friends that way,
That is true.
or at least a lot of the same friend. Look, that's a whole thing.
For such moral quandaries and more, check out the Star Wars game.
But on that ridiculous note, I think it's time for us to tell a fucking vampire story. Last time on Savannah by Night. In the aftermath of Ellie's restrained frenzy, Havel gave them some advice about how to proceed, both in terms of training and the consequences of not learning self-control. When Chris joined Ellie in the van as they began heading towards Elysium, the gangrel tried to help ease the discomfort of that frenzy by revealing a deeply embarrassing detail about her own. Continuing to rip off bandages, the pair discussed the loss of Kate and how it would affect things going forward. But first and foremost, the rest of the group needed to be told the news. Of course, upon arriving at Wormslow, Ellie asked Chris how much she would be telling her sire, or rather, Dad, as the Nosferatu referred to him as. Chris eventually replied to the tune of "wait and see," based upon whether or not Ellie would piss her off again. Ellie simply vowed to avoid the Seneschal altogether. With the bulk of the group now convened on Elysium grounds, sans Cora and the incapacitated Kate, Poppy was finally brought up to speed on what happened to a member of their budding coterie. The ensuing back and forth was fraught with uncertainty, frustration, and perceived powerlessness as they felt collectively left in the dark regarding a great many key details. First, in regards to the circumstances surrounding the fall of their Ventrue comrade. Second, the true scope of the court's response. Though that was soon to change. While in the midst of their discussion, they could overhear shouting coming from the main hall, luring them away from their parlor room meeting to find the Toreador Primogen, Lord Laveau, demanding answers while supposedly providing nothing of material substance in return. And while she was put back in her place, Alden then addressed the gathered crowd, sternly reminding them of the order of things and sacrifices being made, that if anyone would ask for answers must contribute more to the security of the county than muling about those treading on lawns that do not even truly belong to them. And then Ellie spoke up. Told to step forward, the young Nosferatu was perhaps wisely more contrite in their manners when asking the Seneschal, the very man they intended to stay away from all night, but what exactly is the ongoing response to the Sabbat threat? Alden publicly educated Ellie in the broad strokes of the current campaign. The hunts, the investigations, the ever circling towards the leadership contingent of the Sabbat. But what was made even more clear, for all to hear, was that concrete details of the active situation would not be casually bandied about for clout or easily obtained. Some may assume this is to hide the absence of a strategy. Others would assume it would be to obfuscate that strategy from people who simply are not need to know. The crew split off to have a few smaller interactions. Ellie, a brief check-in and a game with Lump. Poppy, tearfully informing Belle of what had befallen her presumed friend. Artem, approaching Max Keller, the Tremere that allegedly found the stricken Ventrue and subsequently rescued her from an even worse fate. Initially, Baxter offered another earful to an already beleaguered Ellie, but eventually made an offer. If Ellie was so hell-bent on seeing something done about the Sabbat, why not join him on a hunt? Artem finally found Lewis, who, ever since the New Bloods arrived, that particular Malkavian had always been noticeably skittish towards them, avoidant even. The Gangle confronted him outside the main house, looking up at the stars as Lewis lamented his own failed reading of them. Raving at constellations of signs and portents he is constantly unable to ever fully distill into some semblance of coherence until the disaster has already happened. In this case, believing Artem to be both at the center of the hurricane and unwittingly caught in its unremitting path, leaving them both at a loss for what to do next. Tonight's session will be a little bit different, as it will be a series of smaller vignettes describing a bit of downtime activities with some more fuller scenes peppered in, all of which will be filling in the details for a few evenings before picking up a few nights later. The previously discussed birthday party for one present Toreador. But to start with, We're going to do a little bit of wibbly wobbly to catch up on some of the events from the previous night, as one of your own was not stricken, but was otherwise held back by the constraint of duties. Cora, you were meant to be running a variety of errands, mostly checking in on a few errant members of your clan on behalf of the powers that be, ferrying a few discreet items back and forth, most of which you can easily surmise as blood. A check-in with Ira, who, as always, swiftly covered up a red string-lined pegboard and then handed you a sealed manila envelope with the stated directive of "for Mathilda's eyes only." Your last major port of call takes you uncomfortably close to Bethesda, the seeming home for wayward broken mirrors. But while one lane will take you to that very building, it's thankfully a different turn that eventually brings you towards a stately brick manor, a comparatively newer style, but with some southern classic flourishes to cement it into the right time and place. Before I get into the rest of the narration, is there anything you'd like to add? Any little embellishments you'd like to pepper into how you've been spending your evening?
I think Cora's signed up to work, and she's got her haven because of it, so she's been very focused on everything that's going on. When she did meet Ira, she did do a brief little check-in just to see how he's doing, since there have been some things stirring lately, and make sure that he's feeling relatively safe. That's both something that she knows that Grace and the Primogen are interested in, and something that is of personal interest to her, because the last time that she met Ira, he seemed like an interesting but good guy.
Who had a shotgun behind the door aimed at you.
Yes, momentarily. But upon investigating the stacks of interesting journals and magazines and things in his home, I mean, it's certainly well read.
We'll gloss over getting into the granular specifics, but it was more tension than before. You got the impression to text and or call him that you were on the way, that to text him when you were in his driveway, so that each step of the way, preparation for someone's arrival.
Of course.
There's still that decocking of a shotgun from behind the door, but it feels more procedural rather than strictly reactive.
Perhaps Cora even heard it herself a couple times on the way, since the phantom sounds from the past seem to linger with her.
I would say every step from her car up to the front door, you're hearing that click-clack of the shotgun. One step is the firing pin being drawn back. Second step is it being loosened. And on. Until that little bit of will they, won't they finally settles. This time. It is brief, bit of a flurry of activity as he is throwing sheets over things that you are not meant to see. And in such a way that it is throwing sheets over everything to obfuscate what even is the thing that you should not be looking at. Hard to find a needle in a haystack when the haystack is made of needles.
Then both from that meeting with Ira and his caution, and Kate reminding her just a night ago to be more careful out there. Cora is checking her mirrors extra frequently for these drop-offs and exchanges this time.
How mindful of the speed limit is she being?
Maybe a little less so.
What I will say, it is always more suspicious of someone who obeys every traffic law. Somebody who does the rolling stop, goes on their way, that's just a regular commuter who's just going through the rote actions of it all, trying to get somewhere. Someone who in the middle of the night is stopping for a full 3 to 5 seconds at a 4-way stop on a country road is up to some shit.
Trying too hard to abide by the old rule of only break one law at a time.
So, we pick back up as you are rolling into the designated manor. The mechanical gate opens seemingly without prompting beyond your own approach. Once you park, a young woman in a pencil skirt and a silk blouse guides you through the elegantly appointed house. Wide, airy, expansive, making the sound of your trotting across marble all the more regal and ominous. You were eventually brought to what most might consider a royal hall meant for high society events. But having been a spectator to the upper crust your entire professional life, you know this to be a common backdrop for those of means to engage in the now pretentiously leisure pursuit of fencing. Though instead of the expected piste, a long rectangular mat consisting of the requisite conductive metal, you instead see the completely unadorned intricate wood inlay of flooring, with your primogen, Matilda Swafford, standing at the center of it, a small rack of swords beside her, ranging from the finesse poised of a rapier to the intimidating heft of the English broadsword.
Matilda, it's great to see you. You have a beautiful home and quite the armory. But I have something for you.
Right as she is about to take out a rapier, she stays holding it, but waits for you to draw closer.
I approach and pulling this note as if I were unsheathing a sword, I hand that out in front of her. The sealed envelope from Ira.
In a very controlled manner, there is a pull where she scrapes the seal across the blade because she doesn't have a letter opener on her aside from that.
That's incredible.
And she peruses wordlessly. A sharp, almost deafening whistle brings back that same woman in the blouse. Have it resealed. Have it brought to the prince. She nods and very quickly click-clacks away on this wide open and otherwise empty, large expanse of a room. It echoes deafeningly.
May I, in that brief moments, use aura perception to try to gauge if this person is one of us or a ghoul?
You may. Do you know the rules for that?
I know I have to make a roll. I know it involves awareness. And my Auspex ability. And I know that we tend to be dimmer than the living as kindred. equals a little
don't
less
sell
so.
yourself short that way. So,
A tarnished sort of luster, I guess.
the character must stare at the subject for at least a few seconds, which you would have. You will roll perception and empathy at a difficulty of 8.
Persympathy. Here we go. I didn't know what I was doing when I built Cora, but I had a good teacher, so she has a few of these dice.
So what I'll say before you roll, do you wish to expend willpower?
You know, sure, why not? We've got plenty.
Someone almost has poppy privilege. But let's see what you get, if anything at all.
All right. What was my difficulty rating? I'm sorry.
8.
8. Okay, so we have the 1 guaranteed success.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have 2 additional for a total of 3.
3. Okay. You get, looking on my table here, light blue.
I've seen that
Not
color
pale.
on people before.
Not pale, but light blue. This denotes calmness. Usually someone who is in a rote profession, who is very used to everything happening. Everything is going exactly how it should.
I believe I saw this on Bruno, and then it agitated a little when I kept staring at him.
And then you get little pale blotches running through it as part of swirls and eddies.
Interesting.
A few dapplings of dark blue, yellow.
I don't think I've seen yellow before.
I think that's where we're going to leave it.
Interesting. I'm sure if Matilda cares to pay attention, she can see that Cora has lost focus there for a minute.
She had long since handed off the envelope, and you were caught staring. What's caught your attention, Cora?
Colors. Yellow's new. I haven't seen it before.
I'm here to only teach one thing this evening.
So, our lesson then. It's time.
She directs your attention to the rack of feudal elements, or rather, implements. Apologies. What catches your attention here? That should be your focus.
Is there anything similar but perhaps a little easier to handle, like a lighter or fairer version of the sword that was mounted above the fireplace in my sire's home?
In comparison, an English broadsword is dainty, but you may want to start easier than that.
All right. Then let's go for just a classic fencing rapier then.
Hmm. Do you even know how to hold that?
No, I'm going to need you to start from square one. I have to say, I've done a lot of extracurriculars.
I don't have the room
Though
to
I know,
actually remove this at the moment.
though I
It's.
know how to do physical study.
I am actually doing this wrong because I can't get the angle correct. But effectively, it's more like a pistol grip. It's it's counterintuitive because most people would think you hold it this way. Yes, I understand what's going on here. But this is to prevent you from cutting your hand because it keeps your hand within the actual cage.
That's fantastic.
But it does that thing that Count Dooku does where it's that really odd sort of, I don't know what you would call that. I guess it's still called a pistol grip because that's what they use on some of these swords. But it is not the traditional hack and slash style. It's poising you for finesse, speed.
Does she show me how to do it and I copy? Does she grab my hand and like put it on the sword? And I'm like,
She is holding hers and she is holding it out and showing you how to
perfect.
do it. And once again, she will explain in finer terms, but still terse, to the point. There's nothing cruel in how she is approaching this, but there's nothing kind about it either.
Hmm.
It's very move your feet this way, take this stance, and she will walk around you very much like a shark until she is using her foot to nudge yours in the correct direction, adjusting your stance, little dabs, touches, flicks to get your spine adjusted the correct angle, the shoulders tilted just the correct way. And you would notice, at least retroactively, how ramrod straight her posture always is.
Ah, I do remember that about her.
As if someone who spent their entire childhood doing that stereotypical balancing a stack of books on their head, which really should be limiting someone's height, but she is quite sort of statuesque in a limber sort of fashion. She will give you a few sort of test stances just to see if you can do the most basic of detail. So we're going to have you roll something, despite the fact that you have nothing in melee.
Hmm.
You do have a fair amount of dex and celerity. So you have a way to overcome that deficit. So while it is at a 7, you're not at an entire disadvantage.
I want to get this right. I'm going to use another willpower if I'm allowed.
You can, just be sure you're marking them down.
I am indeed. Dex and celerity. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh, I get to impress her, I think.
One would hope. What I'll say is impressing her may be impossible, but maybe you won't embarrass yourself.
So that was 5 successes on my 4 dice.
Wow. No ones?
No ones.
Hmm. So 5 successes, that is counting your willpower, yes?
Yes, the willpower, and then I had 4 successes naturally. One was actually a 10, but it didn't roll an additional bonus.
Okay. I'd say that's pretty solid. There's a
I
moment in the first Antonio Banderas Zora movie where he's in the training sequence, the circle among the ropes that's treated as an obstacle course that he montages him through day after day, seemingly for months, maybe even years. And the old master, the original Zorro, played by Anthony Hopkins, is simply reclining back. Perfect. Now do it again.
hmm. I repeat.
Mhm.
And I have
Based on
to
that
say,
roll, it does, in fact, go quite well. Perhaps picking up from a latent sense memory of watching other people in privileged roles do the same thing. Some of it has imprinted on some background preternatural level.
and it reminds Cora, although it is a different activity, so much of all of the training she has done across her life in various areas, even down to the stoicism of the instructor.
Well, good, you haven't fallen completely on your ass. Now let's see how you do against an actual target that isn't empty air. Come at me.
Mm. Cora is going to attempt to translate the little tiny bit that she knows from Havel and Gerhardt into something with an armed weapon and the stances that I've just been shown. It's
Mm-hmm.
like, is there a way that I can compute these into an appropriate strike? Basically, is what Cora is doing in that split second before she acts.
Hmm. I'll say, based on the fact that you rolled quite high, that there is some ability to overlay some previous lessons. It's not a direct one for one, it's more anyone who's ever done a little bit of martial arts, or in this case, fencing and the like, you start from a position of this is the correct textbook way. And in reality, you have to make it work for you, your body type, your particular hindrances or advantages. And the fact that reality is not so clean. Reality is messy. And the people who live are not the ones who play by the rules.
Mm.
So the question I'm going to ask you is, you were just given a very simple set of stances and drills to work with. You did them, for all intents and purposes, perfectly. But you're trying to funnel in previous teachings to shake things up a bit,
Mm-hmm.
perhaps to catch her off guard. Is that what you want to do?
Yes. I'm hoping that it'll go one of two ways. She will either be the sort of teacher that will tell me, what the fuck? I just showed you the right way to do it. Why are you changing it? Or she will go, I appreciate that you're already trying to experiment.
Well, that's going to depend on something as I get this going.
But Cora has never been one to shy away from taking the more risky of the two choices, so here we go.
That might be one of the most ridiculous roles I have ever seen in 30 years of playing this.
Oh my. Is this her um
I have
inclination
several
to be
tens.
amused.
This is several tens that I'm not even going to bother re-rolling because in total without those, I have 11 successes.
All right.
So, there is a moment where you're trying to catch her off guard, and for a moment, and you're not even really sure it's happening because of the nature of your derangement. There is this ghost of a faint smile, as if somewhere in the distance something has finally ruffled the lake. But then there is this immediate twist and redirection parry that sends you not ass over tea kettle, but stumbling in the line that you were taking against her, as if she was never even there, and all the momentum you tried to give her, she redirected past her. Oh, well. At least you're learning not to fight fair right off the bat.
That was incredible. It's like you weren't even there.
Unless you know how to use that, you're going to be facing people who have at least decades on you. And it is far more difficult to hide a sword on your person or in your car. So if you are going to use one of these, you either need to be precise. And you notice as she's saying this, it's almost as if she's doing this orchestrated ballet, weaving this 3.5-foot long razor blade as if it was a conductor's baton. And for a moment, a brief moment, your mind transposes this conductor's motions to the stage play that you all saw at the opera. And the brief interlude of stage combat, all perfectly in step and orchestrated. But you're not precise yet. You need something blunt is the wrong word. Hack and slash might be where you start. She directs your attention to the broadsword.
Hmm.
And she goes and picks up one herself after putting the rapier away.
I put mine away too. As I'm doing so, I'll say something to aspire to, and then I will pick up the broadsword.
She repeats the previous exercise of teaching you some stances, giving you some starting positions. But like before, very quick and precise adjustments as she circles you, trying to get you to understand the difference between the style of weapon, the mentality required for it. And in the basic slow motion of swinging the sword to get used to both the heft and the exercise, every time the glint of metal passes in front of your face, you feel as though you were back in that study. looking up at the gleam of that blade.
Mm.
Another flash of metal, and you are on some old battlement somewhere, staring down your sire as a likewise sword rests in your gauntleted hands. Another flash of the blade, and you are holding that very mantle sword, swinging it at the one you just occupied.
Mm-hmm.
And on the next upswing, you are now.
I try not to let that throw me. I try to channel those moments, Essen's expertise, the way that he wielded a controlled fury in that moment, and he had to be resolved because of who he was facing.
And that is when she will lean in from the side and say, "Good. Now this time, I want to see conviction." And she steps back out of the way so that even if you were to fumble and the sword goes flying out of your hands, she won't be caught in its arc.
I think of the moment that I experienced from the other side briefly. When that same sword that we've been discussing was through not my chest, but one that I was occupying briefly. And I think of my frustration with my mortal existence and how it ended. If anything gives me conviction, it is those things.
And I will say that much of this evening is a twisting amalgamation of such memories, real or imagined, across a variety of such similar weapons, as she teaches you the various ways in which they can be used, how they're all different from one another. Each one an illustration of how ill-prepared you are. But knowing your failures, your shortcomings, is the first step towards overcoming them. I will say now, if you have the experience points for it, you may take a dot of melee.
And I do.
I believe it is 10 for the first dot. I think that might be discipline. We'll look at that afterwards. We can discuss that over the break. But so we don't spend too much time going over every last detail of this. Is there anything you'd like to add before you are seen out?
I think that we've encapsulated it very well. I think as I'm leaving, I would thank her and I would ask, when can we do this again?
She looks sidelong at you for a moment, that shock of straight black hair doing this rainfall as it tilts to one side with her. When I deign to have the time.
And we'll practice while I'm on my own then too.
As such, she will do this effortless toss of, will you tell me which sword out of the lot made the most sense for her.
Hmm.
You don't have to decide it now. We can figure that out in the interim. But
Perfect.
whichever one that was, with grace, she will throw that to you, expecting you to catch it. And what I'll say is, like a moment back in your home, when a set of keys was tossed to you, there was this looping sensation of you kept missing them, missing them, missing them, but each attempt closer and closer and closer until caught. Now, whether he caught it well or gracefully is a different discussion. But as far as you're aware, the here, the now, or at least this now, there is no sword clattering across the floor noisily, but instead resides within your hand. Best find a way to stow that.
I'll simply nod at her, saying, I'll take good care of it.
She lifts her chin as if to acknowledge you, but she's looking over your shoulder as that same woman in the pencil skirt returns to see you out.
And since Matilda laughed at me when I did a bow to her before, I won't this time. I'll just leave gracefully.
Is that right if we fade out from there?
Yes.
One last small scene for this particular evening. Artem, you have had an interesting evening
Yes.
filled with unfortunate circumstances as you learned, well, whether or not you believed the story is on you, but the supposed details of how one of your own fell, but survived. And then the perhaps heartbreaking conversation with Lewis in the aftermath. And you have a long car ride home with Chris. Do you wish to discuss any of that with her on the way there? Or save it for the house? Or keep that entirely to yourself? Because it wasn't the only thing you learned that night. You had a long, drawn-out conversation with the Cantrells.
Yeah, Artem suddenly has a whole lot to catch up Chris up on, huh?
If he deigns to.
Right. I think he was planning on keeping the Cantrells thing to himself, at least for now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's probably pretty affected by the conversation with Lewis, because he doesn't want to be anyone's sharp object or blunt instrument, which is something he at one point was willing to die for. Doesn't really want to, like, be a monster or hurt anybody, and it seems like it's happening. And then someone said, I can see that. I can see that happening around you, and it's weird. Like, yeah, so he's probably in his head about that very much as he's driving home. He
As
might
you
not
said
say a word.
last night,
Mm-hmm.
or last session, I mean, I had a character that it was probably the most depressing thing Artem has ever heard.
Right. which he didn't live a great life, so that's kind of rough. But yeah, I think probably just very, very quiet on the drive home, which Chris, may or may not pick up on. But I think when they, get back to the house, put the car back in the barn, he'll look at her and be like, "Hey, what do you know about Lewis?"
I'm assuming this is like they're stepping away from the barn.
Yeah.
Okay. She's holding her gym bag as it's slung over her shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
He seems like he just has a hard time even for a milk. Why?
I don't know. I was talking to him today and he told me some stuff and I don't know.
Like what?
It's hard to describe.
TikTok.
Yeah. Like I don't know, like he sees me doing I don't. I don't know. It was like evil prophecy kind of shit. Like, I'm going to do something really bad or something really bad's going to happen to me and he doesn't know what it is. And he's just, I don't know. Is that like something you've heard him say to another person?
Not that specifically. Harlan told me that Lewis used to be a lot more vocal. He used to be more willing to share. I'm gonna sound like an idiot when I say visions. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that was before the last big storm. For a lot of people, that was the last time a lot of things went to shit. And she looks over her shoulder at the barn.
Yeah. I mean, he made it sound like he has trouble interpreting. And it makes it hard for people to take him seriously because he doesn't know what he's saying means.
Harlan said that it was like imagine you have a bunch of puzzle pieces. But you don't know what the picture's supposed to look like. And instead of having strange and abstract colors and shapes that could give you clues, it's the back of the puzzle that muted gray cardboard. And you're supposed to cram a shape out of that first. How long before you give up? Do you even bother? And even if you were to put it together, there's still no picture to look at. Now what?
I don't know. I guess my question is, how concerned should I be?
I don't know. I don't think he's full of shit. I mean, I don't think he's going out of his way to be an asshole or
I don't
anything.
think so either. No.
And even if you did know exactly what he saw and what it was intended to mean, does knowing that trap you in it? Or does it
That
set
is
you
it.
free from it?
The ultimate philosophical question.
Yeah.
You're taking this a lot better than I took it, which is encouraging to me.
I had my own shit show tonight, man.
Did you?
She looks around and she doesn't see the boat at the docks yet. You do see Orion sort of loping around the property. Ellie broke the floor at the gym tonight.
Wouldn't have thought they had it in them.
Yeah, I don't think they did either. The problem was, I was where the floor was supposed to be.
Did you have to heal? Did they?
They missed,
Okay.
or I got out of the way. Either way, I owe Havel new gloves. Ellie owes her a new floor, gym mat. I think something has to be burnt. It's been a night, man. Hey, you're handling that news a lot better than I did. And she starts to walk towards the fucking house.
Next time, kick their ass.
What do you think the claws were for? This bitch don't do press-ons, and she just walks into the house. Can we fade out from there?
Sure.
Okay. Now, we get to start with everyone being on the same night, finally. So as a result, let's do a little bit of bookkeeping. Okay, so first one is, we're going to be skipping the blood expenditure because we're going to be doing this over the course of a couple of nights. So for the time being, that's somewhat suspended. Your willpower, everyone gets back 1 automatically. If they need to recoup more than that, I will hear arguments for why you can justify that. Who's got one for me?
Please see my scene tonight.
Hmm. As there was a discussion before session about math, I will require you to show me your work.
Well, Cora spent her whole life honing a craft and becoming an expert at it, and trying to show off to important people. And she succeeded in that quite well tonight. And she also got to. She got both closer to Matilda and to experience closeness with Essen again, through this night. And
Hmm.
all of those things, I think, taken together, would be something that had added up to a significant accomplishment, because it satisfies both that like emotional need for her and that like personal drive that she has, which are both the things that have fueled her in the past.
I'd say that's a good argument, and we'll take that
Thank you.
this time. Sam.
So I didn't use any willpower this evening.
Oh, well, then she
Um,
fully disregarded.
So,
Mhm.
how many extra experience points do we get when we don't spend a willpower? For the
I'd say that's
night?
more player experience of learning to manage your own resources. In which case, bravo, kudos. Blast Facts, kudos all around.
That's legacy experience too. You can take that into your next character.
That's nice.
Hmm. Ooh, new game plus.
Cheers.
I am using all my willpower next time. Use it all. Get no benefit for that.
Hmm. What I will say is maybe something to keep in mind. Ellie had a complicated evening. They experienced a shade of a frenzy, but managed enough self-control to not harm someone. They, despite everyone around them trying to shake their head, trying to sort of just be that dotted outline next to you when you decided to speak up at court. But no one did. Unlike your sire, who would often just exit stage right, left, center, and wherever possible, Chris, who had shaken her head at you and had been the near target of your frenzy, she didn't leave either. And while perhaps it didn't go the way you wanted to, and you got maybe more eyes on you than maybe you would have wanted otherwise, you did accomplish the thing of, as Petra had been pushing you to do, get noticed, be seen, make a statement. And while you didn't learn the specifics, you did get some broad strokes of what is going on, to the point where one of the deputies, a member of your own clan, had told you, oh, you want to do something about it? Come with me. So, it may not have yielded the exact result you wanted. It did yield something. So we'll consider that as a bonus willpower, a bonus temporary. You write that down in red. because this is going to be a hell of a night for you, and you might want to use that before it's over. Coincidentally, and this is where you can start to make a trade. At character creation, in the experience section of that, you can purchase willpower to add to your total. And we can discuss what that looks like afterwards. But I would say that particular roleplay justified being able to spend that. And considering how often you use willpower, upping your upper limit might be in your best interest. But we can discuss that after session if you'd like. Just mark it down.
I'll have the most willpower of anyone that's ever existed.
Be a shame if your character died right now. I was so rooting for you.
I have so much willpower.
Most willpower, most obstinate, you know.
What was that in GoldenEye 64? Where's the ammo? Mostly frantic, mostly useless. Those are the awards in that. Now, actually, that brings us tidily to experience points. Everyone gets an additional 2 to add to their sheet. I believe we're at 36 total. Now, there are, of course, a variety of smaller things set aside for each of you. We're going to start getting into some of those now. Let's start with Poppy. Now, you have a great array of things to undertake to get your party ready.
Yes.
Not least of which being a guest list. And while you do not have to have that ready now, I would like for you to get that ready after stream and send that to me.
Got it.
That's going to matter for next week. But what are the immediate things that you want to undertake this evening? Keep in mind, you do have to have at least a cursory shift at the jewelry store tonight.
Right. Maybe I'll start there.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe bounce some ideas off of Nico and the gals, see what they think as well.
Now, is the intent that you are going to be inviting the gals?
I feel like I don't really have a choice.
Are you very cruelly going, oh, there's this party, can you tell me some ideas for it, but you're not invited? Are you going to be that person?
No. I think Poppy likes to mess with Nico about them, but has no quarrel with them. Yeah. So they'll definitely be able to come there. The +2 that Nico gets.
He's just all kinds of special, isn't he?
He's very special. A special boy.
What kind of exact advice are you trying to get from them?
Like whether they think it would be cheesy to do anything that's like too themed. Should we stray away from doing anything like too bright and colorful and cheerful given the current state of vampirism? I was trying to say vampiredom, like Vampire Kingdom, but it didn't happen. But yeah, I think just being like vibe check a little bit to see what they think, because the girls are pretty fashionable. Nico is Nico. I'd like their opinion.
You get a very quick succession out of Elena and Renata about wanting some manner of frivolity.
Yes.
Liking the idea of a little bit of dark and moody to make it sexy, not dour.
That's helpful.
But some bright pops of color.
Mm.
For example, black and pink.
Yeah. Black and pink.
Mm.
Because you're wearing black and pink today.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Yeah, I think Poppy will.
I have many props today. Don't worry about it.
You're killing it. You're doing great. Poppy will thank them and take that into consideration for sure. She was already kind of thinking for the all black room, the Venga bus room. If you were there last week, you know.
For
She
those
wants
of
to
you
get all the.
unaware of what the real joke is, it's a Venta black room, but Poppy had misspoke at one point, and it was delightful.
It was the Venga paint room instead of the Vanta black room. She was planning on getting like neon paint anyway, so that would like lean into the get some like bright pinks and greens and yellows and fun things. So that could be fun and a little like there's something kind of Y2K about that too. Like there's something like 2010s even. Maybe more 2010s about that idea, which could be nice. It could be a good escape.
Mm-hmm. Now, that's discussing themes and decor and maybe the vibe, but you're still required to do a little bit of work and walk along some of the aisles, the glass, well, tempered glass cases for the variety of glittery, spangly bits that get sold off. The occasional customer coming in and dropping an obscene amount of money on a speck to wear.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any that are getting your attention?
Yeah, there's a sapphire necklace that is just like constantly Poppy like it orbits it. It's like her favorite thing to look at. And she knows that if she has to sell it, she's going to be very sad.
I'd say at one point there is a gaggle of customers who had come in that Renata is staying near where the cash is to sort of keep an eye on the door and the people in the room while not being engaged with the customer. That idea of someone has to be buzzed in and then buzzed back out. So if they did have something that they shouldn't have, they're not getting far.
Mm-hmm.
While the other is helping a customer, you are also helping a customer. Nico, you know, is in the building. Sometimes he's been helping with a customer. Sometimes he's been on the phone in the back room to make other deals, some of them for holding something aside or, oh, yes, we can do that custom work. All sorts of things. Always in business mode when he is here, even if he is a bit of a playful little bitch.
Yes.
But by the time you're done, that sapphire necklace is gone.
Poppy has that like kind of pit in her stomach feeling. Something very like I don't know, it's like a twitch in her mind that's gone and it bothers her and she can like see the imprint of where it was and she starts thinking I probably need to get a fix for a little something shiny soon so as not to jeopardize my position here.
How long does that itch go over the course of your shift there? Like, does it go away? Does it ebb and flow?
No, I think
Are you
it's
able to
like
put it away in your mind a little bit?
I think it's like a headache where it kind of no matter what you're doing, there's a little bit of a fog over what you're doing or like this like tinnitus or tinnitus depending on where you are in the world. It's like that kind of ping in the back of her mind that's like this is gone, you need something. This is gone, you need something. This is gone. Um, and yeah, so she's doing her best to focus, but is perhaps a little distracted.
It does start to get a little quieter. And the shop is usually open more in shifts during the day, so it doesn't stay open all night. And as things begin to wind down, you are called into the office. And Nico in his, what would he be wearing tonight? I'd say it's a suit that has this almost iridescent quality in all the pinstripes. Where for a moment it looks like could be just this classy, sort of elongated jacket. That it looks sort of charcoal. It's like, oh, that's very bland and very old man-like. But when he turns a certain way, the light scatters across the pinstriping. It's like, nope, that's something else entirely.
Yeah.
Now, I understand there's a day coming up.
Yes. Yes, yes. Has Clarice told you anything?
Well, if she didn't, I overheard you and the gals.
Ah, yes. Yes.
I
She's
do
doing a
so
little vibe
hope
check.
I have an invite. That would be rather embarrassing for you.
If I were just to invite Elena and Renata?
Yes, considering I live there.
That would be awkward.
Considering you live there at my behest, that would be so cleaving, and I don't know how you'd ever recover.
Well, luckily you are indeed invited, so souls are intact-ish.
Have you thought about your outfit yet?
Not, well, yes, but I haven't come to any sort of conclusion because I'm still trying to figure out the vibe.
Good.
Yeah.
You want to know
good.
why?
Yes.
Because it's important to have a showpiece to design around. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
And there's a small flat gift box that is pushed across the side of the desk. And he just does this.
Her like magpie brain goes into like full mode, and she like almost snatches it too quickly. And then,
there's my little glitter gremlin.
Okay. And she opens it.
And perfectly arranged amid a pillowing of bespoke white tissue paper, but more lacy. As if that itself was meant to be the presentation. But expertly laid out through it all is that very sapphire necklace.
No way. Wait, how did you know that I liked this one?
Poppet, you're not subtle when you really like something. Your
yeah,
eyes glitter more than the entire store combined.
Literally Abu and Aladdin, probably. This is incredible. Okay, so I can borrow it?
Borrow.
Rent it?
I was planning to give it.
That's even better. If that's the case.
But if you want to just hold it for a night or two, we could do that as well. I do know that sometimes your eyes wander and this might get left behind anyways.
I would never cheat on her. She's beautiful. And she like goes to put it on.
No. I don't think you should be wearing this at every occasion, but
No.
let's just say I'm glad to see Clarice up and about, active,
Yeah.
And about to be a problem, and I love that for you.
Wait,
And
a
he kind of just
problem?
reaches over and just dapples you on the head.
I'm sorry. What? Wait.
Oh, there. Now we have her attention.
A
Piece of
problem?
shiny, and she just off into space.
Well, I love big rocks, but I'm sorry. Clarice being a problem? I thought she was doing better.
Yes, when she does better for us, she's a problem for someone else.
And that's bad?
Bad for them.
And who's the other person that is getting this side of her?
The useless and preening props that like to call themselves Primogen.
Oh, tell us how you really feel, Nico.
I would have to do no such thing as those dominoes have set themselves up. All I have to do is gleefully giggling watch.
Did you see what went down last night? Did you hear about it?
Oh, I heard.
It was ugly.
Yes, she is, but we try not to hold it against her.
Nico! But Clarice is like having a difficult time with the Primogen?
Singular, but yes.
Singular. So just lore?
You didn't hear it from me, but you did just hear it from me.
Okay. What, why is that is
I never
it
said it was a
about?
problem. Not for us, anyways.
I'll probably have to invite her to the party, right? That would be...
And you see that smile nearly split his head in half. Is it my birthday?
You're such a messy bitch. That's crazy. I mean, I'm gonna have to invite her and then keep Clarice away from her, or just let them work it out.
I'm sorry, I'm just so very happy right now. I'd say just just let it happen. Whatever is going to happen.
Okay.
It's your birthday and she can cry if she wants to.
Very true. I mean, preferably Clarice not being the one that's not crying would be good.
Oh, I very much doubt it.
You doubt that Clarice is going to be crying?
Oh no, I don't think so.
Okay, that's fine then. I don't mind it the other way around, technically.
Screaming, raging, maybe dribbling someone's head off the side of the wall, I don't know.
Well, maybe we soundproof the Vanta room so that only those...
Sweetie, it already is.
Oh, is it? I didn't realize. Wait, that's perfect. Okay, well, I do have to ask her about getting snacks. I've never had to do that.
She has that covered. You'll want to speak to her about that. She's had
Oh,
ideas.
okay. Oh, great. Perfect. You've talked to her more than I have. I feel like last night was so, fraught.
Yes, I did hear about the other news. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's really upsetting.
Why do you think I picked the blue? He looks down at the sapphire.
'Cause I like it. No. Oh, the blue. 'Cause the blues. Yes, I understand.
Poppy?
Hmm.
You're very pretty.
Yeah, I've been told. I've been told that. It's been a long shift.
Well, it's about time you get out into the world and do whatever mayhem comes natural.
Well, actually, this, and she pats the necklace, has really made my night. Thank you so much. That's incredible. I appreciate it.
He just gives a little wink. Well, I see my investment is already going to be paying off with delightful little devilish dividends tomorrow or the night after.
You are on the alliterations tonight. Incredible.
Hmm.
And she takes off the necklace and puts it back very gingerly and carefully in the box.
Well, off you pop.
Toodles. And she will take the box and her bag and head on out. Probably changes shoes. Just because her work shoes are very, very tall.
Now, I'm assuming you have some other things to take care of in that space, but we're going to bounce around a little bit.
Sounds good.
We'll do one more and then we'll head off to break. Let's start with Ellie. So,
Greetings.
You've woken up in the sanctity of your room in the Warrens. You know you have one or two looming appointments, but you have some time to take care of some personal business. Maybe a quick feed, maybe a bit of work on the old van. That Chris was not as denigrating as she could have been, especially in the aftermath of a little moment.
I don't need a whole lot of blood, so I will probably just do some hunting for rats and probably experiment with a little animalism to do that, because usually what I do is I use my stealth to just snatch one as they walk by, but can experiment a little with using it to influence them.
So how much animalism do you have?
I have a dot.
You have a dot. So it's no small, or rather it is a very small ask to simply do basic communication, to maybe ask them a question, try and get a sense of, if you're here, where's all your tasty little friends? If you want to get commands across to them, that's where you'd have to roll.
Mm-hmm.
So what exactly do you want to do?
I think as an experiment, my command is I'm going to see like a small pebble of something, and the command is going to be, can you grab that pebble and bring it over to me?
Okay. Issuing a command requires a manipulation and animal ken roll.
I have
The
one
difficulty?
animal can.
So I would say this is going to be a 7.
Okay.
Because of a creature that is more purely instinct, you're having a lot more to overcome. 5 successes on a 7 difficulty. Nicely done. I'd say based on that, you accomplish more than what you set out for. Because it's not an entirely difficult command, but it is strange to translate to a rat, pick up this object, carry it over here. So much like with Cora in the training scenario, it becomes a case of doing it over and over again so that you get that sort of simplified, maybe not language, but the ability to more concisely get across your intent about an action. So that each time you do it with a different rat, the instruction is more clearly understood than it was the time before. Breaking it down to more simplified concepts, easily understood by something that doesn't quite have the developed brain. You know, an Artem.
Why do you think I'm doing this training?
For those of you who are unaware, in the Zoom call, Martel has his username set as Ardum. So, and I will say, as a little bonus treat for the amount of successes, you're able to also gorge yourself on a few towards the end of the exercise rather than gorge and then do the exercise, because that's a counterproductive order of operations, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll let you get 2 blood out of that.
Awesome. And then my next task will be getting some car stuff in order.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of those things will be probably identifying what bits and bobs I need in order to get this radio working again.
Mm-hmm.
Or working properly, because I basically need the radio to start working properly. And when I find out what I need, then probably just thinking about Alice will summon her, but in essence going on a scrap trip with Alice.
Okay. I'd say Alice would end up helping you. So we can adjust the difficulty accordingly. Or maybe leave it as is, because she's going to be looking for her own oddities. So it's sort of a net neutral.
Brings ripped up teddy bear. Eh?
Hmm?
Eh?
Let's see. Instead of perception, I'm going to go with intelligence and technology, because this is you trying to find that, well, to go back to the Aladdin reference from earlier, that diamond in the rough, as you're trying to see what of this discarded e-waste that you can repurpose or refurbish. And we're going to put this, because this is very much your wheelhouse, right? Technology, build. It's not just that you know how to use it, but you can build something out of rocks and hope. Useful trait for a Nosferatu. So we're going to put this out of 5.
There is so much willpower to use now that I have that extra dot. There's just like, could use a willpower for like every roll, but I'm not going to this time. And I'm going to regret it, and then I'm going to use it for every roll.
It's only a DC 5. I don't know what we're stressing about.
It's me doing. You've seen my rolls. Are you kidding me?
Life is sweet.
So my rolls are going to be terrible for here on out. I'm just letting you all know. So relish this as much as we can. That was 7 successes.
Damn. Well done. How many dice were you rolling?
8. And I got 2 10s.
Do
And
you remember?
both of them rolled.
I believe it was a similar number of dice when you were trying to rob that house, or rather steal a car from a house.
As I said before, my rolls.
So, good for you, turning around the Nos curse. At least a part of it. Now, what exactly are you trying to mark off on this particular shopping list? I won't necessarily give you everything automagically, but there are some things that you can reasonably tack on to this.
I think my dream is that
Dangerous to dream.
it is a radio that pretty much functions as it's supposed to, and everything like that, but it has like a basically port, a little port that like is hidden away. So because it's my vehicle, I know where exactly it is, where I can plug in my computer, and it'll be like a little one of those like computers that's just basically the motherboard and some sensors attached to it, like something that can be easily pocketed.
Oh, a
And that
Raspberry
can be
Pi
used-
setup sort of thing.
Yeah, and so it's like that, and that can be used to like either get into different radio frequencies, or even try to get into frequencies that you're not supposed to be able to access with a normal radio, that type of thing.
So it wouldn't necessarily have such pieces there, but you'd have to cobble them together in your own way, and that is something you can do. You can either find the pieces or modify what you have found fairly easily, because some of it is just, well, a lot of e-waste shouldn't be e-waste, because really all they are is a blocked off version of what you're really looking for. A little transistor has been fused somewhere that prevents that higher utility. So you would know how to get into some of this with a soldering iron and correct that production oversight. Or you would know actually just how to solder something to the board that adds that functionality or additional functionality. It's that thing of, once you have physical access to a piece of hardware, you can do goddamn anything you like to it.
Honestly, I think compared to the other places Ellie has needed to cobble together a small computer, this is basically like I don't know, this is like shopping at a department store basically at this point.
For those of you in the southern US, they have a thing called Micro Center. We're not sponsored, but they do have the largest one in, I believe, the Carolinas. Next time you're in the area, Sam. So, you have these scrounged together parts, and we can go in more detail about some of this after stream. But you have a, well, I wouldn't say a shopping cart as much as a van full of van refurb pieces, with Alice sitting up front. Oh, what did she discover that she decided to have fun with? I'm going to say, oh, we can make this worse. We can make this so much worse. It is a Furby themed blender. And the worst part of it is it still works. It's just that one of the blades is slightly chipped, which makes it not broken, just way more dangerous. And this little, how do we put this? Murder waif has found her new toy. And she's hugging it as if it was that same teddy bear. Slightly bouncing in her seat.
This was like a good night. We were having a good night.
As you drive back...
Sorry, does when you turn the blender on, does it still just make the Furby sound? It just goes, meh, something like that?
The worst part is that that particular chipset that does make the sound has been damaged or corrupted in such a way that it sounds like you're feeding a Furby into a blender.
No. Mm-mm.
And as she stares down into the, well, she's not plugging it into the car right this moment. But when she does stare down into it, she kind of does this atonal, the wheels on the bus go round and round medley.
Sorry, I just have to quickly switch the music to the horror playlist.
But I think on that note, as you are heading back towards the Warrens, isn't a good time to take a quick break. See you in a few moments, folks. Welcome back, everyone, to the second half of our Savannah by Night. We pick back up with our resident gangrel, which is appropriate since he is often the last to wake up. And as you do in what has been affectionately referred to as the guest house that you have cobbled back together in your time in the county, you have two things to contend with, both of which are chirping at you. One is your bird that you have captured from the wild and put inside the, well, maybe not gilded cage, but maybe a better environment than most would. You also have a text on your phone.
What's the text say?
Well, first, the name is from Yvette. It reads, I heard about your friend. I'm sorry. I'm around if you'd like to talk. More importantly, there is no lurid photo follow-up.
Well, that's a surprise. I think for a little bit about how he wants to respond to that. I'll start making sure the bird is taken care of.
Mm-hmm. And how do we wish to go about that?
Probably just the same way we did it last time, honestly. Try and feed him. See if I can get him to come to me with food in my hand.
Mm-hmm. Do you simply do this in a mundane fashion, like you pour food in your hand hoping that the bird comes to you? Or do you try to not issue a command, but say, with the addition of animalism, hey, this is food?
I think I would go that direction, yeah, because I am trying to learn a little bit more about animalism with this. That's the point of the whole exercise.
And establish a little more trust. There is some reticence, but at the promise of food, because I'm assuming you let them out of the cage first. You're letting them fly around, letting them literally stretch their wings.
Yeah.
While you, I'm presuming, at first, change out newspaper or whatever you're using for them to collect on, and disposing of, changing, cleaning. Once you're done, providing a bit of food in your palm, what would you have used? Something you foraged from outside ahead of time?
Yeah, I think it would be something that when he's been out hunting, he's just been grabbing things he think makes sense, and so he's got like a little container full of Artem's own bird feed.
A little bit of Savannah Sparrow Trail mix.
A Ukrainian twist on an old classic.
So, eventually, bird does settle along one of your extended fingers, like a little branch. And it does that tentative sort of sidestep shuffle down the finger towards the palm, sort of looking around the room, looking at you, looking at the food, and then doing the loop again, step, repeating, and then eventually, in actual distance, to start pecking. Do you try to issue any commands? Do you just try and let the creature relax as you are feeding it? You're muted.
Sorry. Just letting him relax for now. Still probably feels like he's trying to earn the trust a little bit. He's still quite like spooked, which is fair.
So no, try to like petting it, just letting it feed in peace, just making it very aware that food comes from you.
Yeah, he probably pets it. He petted it last time.
Okay, but I'm assuming more towards the end of the feed, not like
yeah,
right in the middle. Okay. His captor, his keeper, but a gentle gilded cage. And as you help the creature back into said cage, do you leave the door open?
Yeah, just do it like last time. Make sure the area is covered. We're not gonna, or at least we're gonna be able to clean out any surprises he leaves me before I go to bed tonight, and then yeah, just kind of let him have the run of the place.
I'm assuming to make it easy, you have a tarp that you sort of, or a couple of tarps that you throw out, and then before you go to bed, hose them off, let them dry out overnight, and then, or I guess over the course of the day.
Right.
And rinse and repeat. So as you step on out, you still have the text that is something for you to decide to do about, to answer or not. But either way, it has been made abundantly clear to you that you do have somewhere to be tonight. This is not going to be idly faffing about.
Yeah, he was expecting a text from someone else, to be honest. He'll probably say, thanks maybe next time we're both at the house.
As you are, I'm assuming, stepping out of the guest house, sending this text, Alden is waiting on the steps of the main house, dressed more in his three-piece rather than the more dressed down but still very nice suit that he had worn the previous night. Got everything done that you needed to?
He'll nod.
Good. Brooks is expecting you at the house. You're going to be very busy tonight. You made steaks last time?
Yes, I did.
Make more.
Okay.
Declare them when you get to the house, but you will be allowed to keep them. Tonight's an exception. You'll understand more when you get there.
Okay. Sounds good.
Artem. Be prepared to kill. Be careful. Most of all, come back alive. Don't be stupid.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Zoya would be very irritated with me if I died out here.
I'm closer, worry more about my irritation.
Fair enough. Thanks, boss. I wonder if he would have made more steaks at this point. Do you think it's fair to say that he probably has?
He's probably whittled a little bit,
Sure.
maybe experimenting with pieces of wood that didn't work out for different projects around the house.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, I can't really use that to make a piece of stair, so I'll whittle that down to something else that's useful.
Mm-hmm.
So there's probably a ramshackle of mismatched stakes.
Do you want me to roll for it?
I'll have you roll in terms of amount.
Yeah, okay. That's right.
So what I'll have you do is... What would be good for that?
Craft for sure.
Yeah.
Happy to use any physical skill.
I'd say dexterity
Yeah.
for that.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
And this is not a hard task, so we're going to put this at a 4.
Okay.
But multiple successes will change things.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well. Okay. No, it's still 2 successes.
2 successes. I'd say based
One's
on
changed a
that,
lot there.
you don't have a lot of them. You maybe got, we'll say 3.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, no, we'll go with 4. But more importantly, what you knew was to not make them out of something simple and pliable. This is not balsa wood.
Yeah.
These are hewn down chunks of oak.
Yeah. Maybe to explain the fact that there are fewer of them. Maybe there was a time where he was like, I'm gonna get my other one back, right? So he was like waiting, and he was like, oh, I'm not gonna get it back. So he started later than he would have.
Or, maybe getting his head around practicing how to make them on
Sure.
inferior pieces. I'm like, well, that's the right shape, the right angle, but that's barely more than popsicle sticks. I'm gonna whittle this down from something a little bit more solid. And truth of the matter is, you don't know ultimately how many is a lot or too few. So it's a bit of a crapshoot either way. Because, for one thing, you only got 2 hands, and it's not like you had a bandolier made for this.
Right. Should get one.
Next crafting project. I'm sure Poppy can make one. But either way, you know you have somewhere to be.
So he'll pile his weapons in the car and head over to Wormslow.
Okay. I'm going to fade out of there for just a moment, and we're going to start jumping around a bit. Let's see. Cora. You know that there was a serious conversation called for via the group chat, but your previously established obligations prevented you from showing up at Wormslow with the others. Any subsequent follow-ups via text were met with the tone of, it's bad, and it's an in-person conversation. But you are not to stay suspensefully in the dark for long, as Chris has tagged you in the group chat saying she'll meet you at Wormslow when you are free. She's going to be there tonight. You have noticed, however, someone has been suspiciously silent in the group chat, and any messages sent their way, either in the group or privately, have not only gone unanswered, but there has not even been a read notification. You are, of course, saddled with more of your ongoing tasks taking you around the city, but they are smaller, quicker, and not your entire night.
Right. In that case, I will send a message back to Chris in the group chat and say, after estimating what my general arrival time may be, I'll tell her I'll meet her there at that time. And
Okay.
I would say that on this night, I don't know if I'd have it yet, if I'd been able to pick one up. Probably not, it's too early. But I've got at least in my online shopping cart like a hard case for like a yoga mat, and one with like either the zip or like the little like screw top, you know, like a little larger than a map case, is a little bigger width, so that a broadsword hilt would fit in there, and that is how I'm going to be carrying around this weapon, and discreetly, just being a you know, a fashion athletic girly with the yoga mat.
So my question to you is, I'd say you could get that pretty early on. You're driving around town getting a few errands done. You could probably pick up something like that somewhere.
Perfect.
But the question I would have for you is, do you bring it to Elysium? Second question, if you do you declare it?
Uh-huh, I do declare. Well, let's see. You know, call it fate or whatever, but, you know, just a couple of nights ago, I was reminded by people that the streets are getting more dangerous, and that I should be protecting myself. So, yeah, I will bring it, and I will declare it.
Okay. No attempt at being cute or cheeky at the gate. Is it just all business? Or are you trying to fuck around a little bit?
Oh god, don't give me that
Given
option.
given the high alert and high strung nature and the no nonsense attitude of many people, you make your own choice.
Let's see. I don't think just the conversation coming forward being heavy, potentially, based off of Chris is like, hey, you need to get over here. I don't think still would be enough to totally darken Cora's general sense of fuckery. So I think what she will do is, when asked if she has any weapons to declare originally, she'll just say, just the athletic equipment, and then she will open the case and allow them to take a look.
You have caught before, and I'll give you this as a freebie, that you know the last time that you stopped at the gate and opened up the back of the car to do something, everyone was very displeased and very jumpy. That anything that is to be declared is, I have this, and they say, go inside, just inside the gate, and we will come have a chat. There is no rooting around the car outside the gate. So, knowing that, how do you wish to proceed?
It's very sharp.
Pull over to the side once you're past the gate.
She does so.
When you do get onto the other side, the array of security personnel, some that were in the trees or at the guard post, they all sort of seem to swarm. One of them speaks up. Please step out of the car.
I remove myself from the vehicle.
What is the nature of what you have brought in?
It's a archaic weapon from a more civilized age.
Stone face. Less poetry. Get to it.
There's a sword.
Is that all you have?
Yes, and myself.
Hand him the keys.
I turn over the keys.
As this inspection goes on,
I refrain from saying, be careful in there, I just had it detailed. But I think it.
Perhaps they heard it on their own frequency as they start manhandling the fit and furnishings of the car interior, making sure there's nothing else in there. And you get the impression, because you've seen this before in your professional life, is that everything was fine until somebody had to get cheeky, and now you're an example. So now they're going to inconvenience you. Even it's as simple as all your mirrors being wrong. Your seat being the wrong elevation, the wrong back and forth. Even the pedals are not how you would like them. And in a performance car where those can be adjusted, that is immediately noticeable. All the vents in the car are just enough askew from where they were to be bothersome to anyone that has any amount of that kind of OCD.
Yep.
The little lint brush you might use for it, you can no longer find.
Oh, bastards.
The radio dialed way too high and on a station that nobody likes to listen to.
Is it like one of the K-God channels?
I don't know what that is. All I will say is that it is the worst country you've ever heard. And the great thing about that kind of car is that there is enough sound dampening materials that when you do eventually set back off, you are assaulted with the brunt of that audio trauma, and it is barely a muted ruffling outside.
I think
And the sword is gone for the obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
It is never explicitly said, but there is an abundant textual subtext of what did you learn as they set you free.
Huh. After I'm blasted with the audio of some wonderful yodeling, I'm sure, I go ahead and well,
You
they
have heightened
see...
senses, don't you?
I do, yes. So it's potentially actually damaging. So Cora's a sensitive gal.
While you do manage to get the volume off, two things happen. You, on your first trip, when entering Wormslow, had this rolling time lapse of the tree canopy above you, seeing its many seasons, its weather patterns. You're seeing some of that again, except with that dappled double, triple image that one gets when their bell has been rung and they're seeing double, triple, quadruple of an image that doesn't quite want to stay settled. More importantly, and this takes you, the image effect does dissipate quickly enough so you're not going to have an accident. However, other damage has been done that has been obfuscated by the ocular illusion. By the time you have parked the car, you can feel blood, thick, clotted blood of a popped eardrum dripping down the side of your neck.
Okay, I'm sure at this point I keep some little wipes or something in the glove compartment.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll grab that and try to clean up.
What you would also notice in that moment is you are now currently deaf in that ear.
I'm sure I'm gonna have some wild, equilibrium issues too when I step out of the vehicle.
But here's the thing. You are not bound by the confines of mortality. You can heal that, but it's going to cost you.
It will.
So the question is, do you want to be half deaf going into Elysium when you know you have to have a potentially terrible conversation? Is it worth the expenditure right now?
I think at first, Cora's still in that just, fuck, this hurts mode.
Mm-hmm.
And as she moves to open the door and step out of the car and she goes like, ugh, oh my god, that is when she is going to realize that, okay, wait a second, steady yourself on the open door, and try to focus on healing herself before she proceeds.
What I will say is look at your sheet and take off 1 point of blood.
I will do that.
For anyone that's had their ear irrigated before, where they giant metal tube to flush out an abundance of inconvenient matter, it for a moment feels as though that side of your head's going to maybe pop for a second. It is uncomfortable at the amount of pressure being applied, and yet, strangely, your ear canal and the eardrum can usually withstand it. You do have to sign a waiver otherwise, though. And it's like that, but in reverse and from the interior. As it's not just that the blood itself that has congealed in the area needs to be dealt with. It's the reknitting of the drum, and as I believe have discussed before, the snail on the inside going back into its shell so that it can whisper secrets to you. You still have to dab at it as ruddy surplus to requirement matter is pushed back out.
Yuck.
And you have to clean that away, much like Poppy's pride.
I'm hoping that I grabbed the little wet wipes for cleaning myself up in these situations and not the armor all wipes.
Either way would be better than nothing.
Yeah.
And for a brief moment, you almost wish you had that little vent brush to sort of just clean the inside, just that extra step, but you're denied even that. Now that that detour is over with,
Indeed.
you head on inside. And for the sake of brevity, we're going to assume no further mishaps happen at the door with Bruce and Bruno.
No, I'm not gonna fuck with those guys.
The follow-up text that you had been sending back and forth with Chris said that she would be at the gazebo. Because I think a place of familiarity would be good for all involved.
Yeah.
You, of course, see Atherton as you walk through the house, and he does nod in your direction. But seeing that
Give
you
a
are
small
already
wave to him.
Yeah, but seeing that you are already on a path, he does not try to curtail it. If you were looking lost or trying to find direction about where to go or who to talk to, you would have interceded. But you clearly have somewhere to be. Heading through the house, then out through the back. You do find Chris leaning on the gazebo, sort of on that seating wall, with her arms on the railing as she's looking out at the water.
Chris, hey. Sorry I'm a little bit late. I had some trouble with TSA.
Oh, Tabby's not even here. Never mind. Listen, and she will turn around, but she boosts herself up to sit on the railing with her back to the water. You should probably sit down.
I will go ahead and get myself leaned up, kind of similarly to her, mirroring. So we have to turn to look at each other, but
yeah, she's probably leaned up against the vertical post so that she can more comfortably turn towards you. But yeah,
perfect.
Okay, I'm just gonna come out and say it. Kate's technically alive, but she's not here anymore.
Um, I'm sorry. What?
Okay, you know, the other night when we were all here,
Is sure. The
like,
planning night?
yeah, I guess she had one more errand to run, and she got jumped by a couple of Sabat.
Jesus. God in heaven. What? So she's alive, though, you said?
This is where it gets a little murky. Do you know what torpor is?
Have we discussed that? Did SN and I talk about that? I think we did.
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah. I do. Is that... She's in a coma, essentially.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
yeah, it's one of those things where if they don't wake back up soon, it's kind of a longer thing.
Well, it's only been a few days. Is she here with the prince? Can we go see her? Have you seen her?
They sent her back to her sire.
Okay. We didn't get to say goodbye.
Yeah.
It's this has got to be some kind of mistake. This can't happen to her. She was more prepared than any of us. She had aspirations, you know. She was in control of everything, you know.
Yeah. And Chris sort of slouches back against the wall as she adds, you know, one thing I've learned is have all the aspirations you want, the more things go wrong.
It's it doesn't seem fair for someone like her to have that taken so quickly. She's there's a chance she'll wake up soon, though.
Could be. We don't know.
Chris, what are we supposed to do without her? She was keeping us in check.
And that's when she's going to shuffle across the railing so that she doesn't put an arm around you, but just sort of on your upper back. And for a moment, it kind of feels like she's patting it, but for the most part, it stays still. I think as a Ventru, she probably would have said something like, avoid single points of failure. She can't be the only one that's kind of keeping a level head.
We didn't think of her like that, though. She was our friend.
You know what I mean, though?
Was. Oh my god. What am I saying? She is our friend. Has anyone told Belle?
I think Poppy did.
Cora's gonna take that same wipe from earlier out and dab at her eyes. So, how is everyone? How are you?
I think we're all a little bit fucked up and shell-shocked in different ways. I've been a little more numb, I guess.
Yeah.
It's been kind of a fucked up couple of nights.
God. I was just making jokes. Is, well, we can't assume the worst. She's tough. Give it a few days, maybe some. She'll probably need some time after she wakes up to be there in DC and sort of take it all in, and then we'll see her back here again, I'm sure.
Maybe. But I think she would say, let's maybe not focus on what might happen and let's focus on what's here.
Sure. I'm really sorry I didn't come by earlier.
She kind of just shrugs. I think we're all just having our own shitty night anyways, so 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Right. Well,
I gotta ask a question now.
Sure. What? Shoot. Anything.
Maybe just try and sit for a while before driving back out. I think the last thing any of us want or need is you being in your feels behind the wheel.
Yeah, that's a good point. Cora knows that she hasn't been super forthcoming about her arrangement with the crew yet. But at that statement, she thinks about times that she has been in the car with Kate, and sort of has this, like, there was a moment when we first arrived when Cora was in the back seat and Kate was driving, and it was a whole group of us, and Cora was just sort of bantering with her, and so she was just interacting with Kate's eyes in the driver's seat in the rear view, and she thinks to herself, am I going to have to worry that I'm going to see her in the rearview mirror as I'm driving?
Well, I think on that poignant bit of uncertainty is a good time to fade out. No, just a quick check-in. That was a little bit of a heavy scene for everybody. How's everyone doing from that?
Tearing up, but doing well.
Okay. Let's go back a little bit. I think we need a bit of a quick tone shift, so... Poppy.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi. Now, some of your other potential plans of I might need to go and acquire something glittery through ill-gotten means has been somewhat stymied and rendered a bit unnecessary.
Mm-hmm.
So you are off work. You do have more planning to do, perhaps, with Clarice. You do have a text waiting from you, though, when you finally get back to your phone.
Yes.
It's from Heidi.
Okay.
Hey, I know you're a little busy tonight. Can I see you for a little bit?
Poppy thinks about this to-do list in her mind, and then in her mind's eye, the chibi version of her just scrawls in Heidi, and she will go ahead and text back. Sure, just for a moment. I'm running a bunch of random errands.
Okay. She just says, come on down to the dorms.
Poppy will just like the text.
Mm-hmm. Are you still wearing work clothes? Did you get changed?
I think she probably changed out of her work clothes, because they are quite put together in a way that Poppy doesn't need to be while she's running about looking for UV paint and other items.
Or walking into dorms.
Yeah, or walking into dorms probably. So she's probably just wearing some baggy jeans, a little crop top, tank top, that it's the same pattern that one iconic outfit from Clueless is. It's that yellow and black plaid that Cher wears. Yeah, and a big old bag that she has her clothes and shoes stowed in.
And I'm assuming you know how to stash a little gift box of the sapphire necklace so that it can't be easily seen, noticed, or stolen.
Yes. It's in an inner pocket and zipped in.
Mm-hmm. Got it. So you're keeping it on your person then?
Yes.
Okay. As you head on through that particular dorm building, you know exactly where you're going. You do see a few people milling around. You do even see... Oh, what was his name?
The
Chef
Spaghetti-O
Boy
guy.
Howdy.
Yep. Chef
Just
Boy
hanging out with a few
Howdy.
people in one of the common rooms. He sees you. He just sort of waves, but he doesn't try and get your attention more than that. He's just like, oh, hey, there's that person.
She'll throw up a peace sign and keep going.
Hey, and then
Not
it kind of
beating the
just fades
millennial
off.
allegations. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And as you knock on the door,
I guess she's Gen Z. Sorry, continue.
Which I'm not sure what Heidi would be. Would that be Alpha? Maybe? That doesn't matter. Either way, I don't think she's ever actually called you. It has all been text, so maybe. When you go to knock on the door, you hear a muffled, come in.
She will.
And when you do, the room is very dimly lit. A few little tiny candles. But more importantly, there are a tiny amount of candles in Not quite a cake, not quite a cupcake. A little bit of icing to, I believe the outer crust gives that impression of dappled color of a funfetti cake.
Hi. What is this?
Well, you're being weird about your birthday, and I decided to make it weirder.
Thank you. This is really sweet. Oh, this is so nice. Thank you so much. Did you make this?
Roll me perception alertness. Do you have heightened senses?
I have... No, not really. I have
Okay.
celerity.
I'm going to say put this at a... we'll leave it at a 6.
Okay, perception, alertness. At a 6?
Mm-hmm.
That is 2 successes.
2 successes. She kind of, like, demurs on answering, like, a little sheepishly, a little extra tint of red, but you can kind of see just a tiny, tiny little micro dusting of flour that just failed to be wiped away. And you could swear somewhere, you can even smell it, is just an additional sort of sheen of icing that she failed to wipe off somewhere.
Oh, good. She will naturally,
Mm-hmm.
because she's cool like this, she'll like go up to her and wipe the flour away and then
Mm-hmm.
lick the icing and hope that she doesn't throw up. If it's just a little bit.
It doesn't taste good,
Okay.
but you're safe from any sort of exorcist-like moment transpiring.
Great. Love that.
But she sort of giggles as you sit down, and you do see that there is something wrapped. And it looks as though it is wide and flat. Just a big flat rectangle.
Now, is this for me too?
Maybe, but you're supposed to blow this out first.
But pull out the what? What'd you say? I'm sorry.
Blow out.
I'm so sorry. I heard pull out the. Yes, I can blow out the candles.
Suddenly, Nico, in a different part of the city, is just going, I feel as though my powers are needed.
No. She'll blow out the candles and make a wish.
Mm. And she does have a couple of styrofoam plates set aside and some cheap plastic utensils.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, I'm gonna cut a couple pieces of that. You open that.
Okay. She will.
Mm-hmm. And it's very cheap wrapping paper in the sense that it looks like it's multiple pieces of wrapping paper that were left over from something else and just sculpted around this thing, patchwork together a quilt of wrapping paper, as it were.
Eco-friendly queen.
Mm-hmm. And as you unravel this, it is a drawing of you in repose after probably your earliest tryst, where you had kind of semi-posed for her. Except this is a cleaned up, enlarged version. Cool. As if that first version was just the rough sketch. This is the final.
Poppy will like hold it up and like if the candles if it's a dimly lit room, she's like looking at it as closely as she can. This is incredible. No one's ever done this kind of thing for me. This is thank you so much. Oh my god, I look good.
And she kind of bashfully doesn't quite meet your eyes. Just, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. I know exactly where I'll hang this.
I hope I get to see it.
At some point, maybe, when everybody's out of the house.
Your
I
house
gotta
is
figure out
weird.
a new. I can't even. At this point, it's a reality TV show.
I'm not going to have you roll again for that because we did that and it was ridiculous. But I
Things
will
were said.
say that if this was a meter, it has gone up a bar.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
So, cake. And she does hold out a piece to you. So, out of character, I will give
yes.
you a way out.
Okay. I had my own way out.
Okay, do you want to tell me that first, and then we'll see how this works?
Well, easy diversion of sudden gay sex.
Sudden?
Suddenly.
That was more or less where I was going.
Okay, great.
But with the
Be like cake, you say?
Of the vampiric kiss to further enhance the post-coital fugue state.
Yes.
Where something was eaten. Was it cake?
Who's to say?
But either way, you could abscond with the cake and later throw it out somewhere else, so it's not in her immediate vicinity, and she's wondering, why didn't she eat the cake?
Yes, that was what I was thinking as well.
Now, the question I would have for you is how far off campus you go before you do that.
I'll
like,
bring
do you
it
do just outside her room. Or...
Happy birthday to the ground.
Yeah. Do you just go out and offer it to Chef Boy Howdy?
I mean, the stoners would like it.
Yeah.
But she would maybe know about it because she's around. She'll take it with her, like, to her car, and dispose of it, like, far away, where no
Suddenly,
one can hear
somewhere
it
in a
scream.
sewer, there's just Alice coming back into the Warrens with a soggy upside down cake.
Yes,
Ellie, look what I found.
Put it in the blender. Yes, incredible.
Now put your hand in. So, is there anything else you'd like to add to that little interlude?
Would I take a blood from her? Oh, I guess we're not really doing that since this is a montage.
Well, we can say that you had a feed.
Okay. Just one, I think. As a treat.
I think in that instance, it's a treat for both of you.
Yes.
Is there anything else?
No, I think she'll hang out and chat and for a little bit, but then she will need to head out because she has some other things to do.
Well, I feel like she's done quite a bit there. Is it all right if I fade out from that?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Allie. Are we ready? For, I'm sure, a happy, good time had by all.
I mean, I was, and then you said it, and now I'm not.
Good. Now, you have a couple of things that you wanted to do. One of them was slightly impressed upon you as an option. You had wanted to talk to Fitz about some traps, how they work, maybe a little bit of animalism. There are a couple of other people you could talk to about animalism if you were feeling more intrepid. One being Orson, considering the perhaps unsettling alive nature of his little menagerie. Or if you were feeling over the moon ambitious and maybe elementally hubristic, you could ask Amon. Oh, the face change. However, we could simplify this down to you going over some traps with Fitz as was previously established. But you know you do have a looming appointment not long after that.
Yeah, I think I'll, because I am a little interested in what the traps are that are being used. And I'm kind of interested in seeing how that... First of all, I think part of it is I'm looking at what is the putting my thoughts together, is what are the types of traps that do get triggered, and from a medical standpoint, how badly unrecognizable do the remains tend to be post trap activation?
Well, the fun thing is, like your computer and technical setup, it is cobbled together from a variety of things, sometimes repurposed. So there's no uniformity to any of it. You have been made aware that a few areas have a little bit of a churned up whirring sound somewhere in the darkness that you've never really been able to spot. It says delightfully let you know that those are some sort of auto fire turret that's been jury rigged somewhere in the void. So that something gets to this point, it gets just Swiss cheesed with high caliber punctures.
I think one of the questions that I put forward is, because obviously, you know, there are some instances where whatever is being destroyed would be unrecognizable as a body anyway. But for any that isn't recognizable, that is recognizable as a body, like say something that has been turned to Swiss cheese, what is their method of body disposal? Does someone go and is someone sent to pick it up? Do they just leave it to nature? Is there like a boop and trapdoor and easy disposal? Like what are the options there?
Fitz, joyful in his macabre subject. So here's the fun thing. You got a body, either whole or in pieces.
Yeah.
Okay. So either way, there's probably a shovel involved, maybe a saw, probably a wheelbarrow here and there, a little bit of bleach, maybe. But you've been to Orson's, right?
Yeah.
Well, someone's got to feed that. And sometimes, you know, they can be a source of additional blood just for whoever finds it among us before we, you know, disappear it.
But I would have to assume that wouldn't be... Well, no assuming, but are folks like us the type of things that sometimes get fed to Orson's pet?
Pets, plural. Or
Right.
actually, that's a good question. Some of it might be like colonial. Never mind.
Listen, I just assume it's either a hive mind or one collective entity. Either way, I'm
It's
respecting
bug
it.
nuts crazy, right?
Oh, it's absolutely a medical nightmare, and I love it.
Hey, yeah, we'll talk about this later. Okay, so some of that just sort of gets sluiced through all of that, and sometimes it's just, well, waste not, want not. Other times it's, I don't like the look of that. I'm feeling picky today. Maybe that's not going to agree with me or anybody else, so off to an incinerator that goes, whether that's one of ours or one with just more conveniently nearby. What?
Oh, I understand the logic of it. I just the organizational part of me really likes the idea of just having a space for all the bodies.
Well, if you're feeling ambitious, there's always your tum-tum.
Yeah, I know. I'm just used to used to morgue life, and it was you just open up being like, "Oh, this was what went last time. I can see exactly what happened here."
Yeah, but we're not here to catalog. We're here to erase the problem.
I know.
And to reset the dominoes, man. Come on.
I know. You don't ever get curious a little bit about like, ooh, who was this person
Sometimes I'm
who kind
dragging
of went
the
in
upper
there?
half of a torso by the arms, going, "Oh, who were you, buddy? It doesn't matter. You're fucking dead." Dead Tods tell no tales. Sometimes it's one of us that shouldn't be down here. And by us, I mean, Kindred as a whole. And sometimes it's just one dipshit city worker who's off his map, radio's not working, trips the wrong trap, oops, all jello.
Oh, but then if you're able to preserve like the face and basic bone structure, then all you do is a quick research into their background, you get all of the information, and you got a fun mask to work with.
Sure, that's, if they have an ID on them, we can do all that too.
Oh, you don't need an ID. There's so much facial recognition you can just work with.
I mean,
You can find the ID
if there's
online
a
anywhere.
face, I'm assuming
yeah.
this is like a really gross amount of sorkening through like a showroom floor of awful, awful implements.
There's like a thing that it's like Ellie's like describing how you can like restructure the basic of the face even by like bone fragments.
Yeah, see, I've seen those like National Geographic specials on King Tut and them putting the face back together with an MRI, and I don't think that's how he looked. I think they fucked up.
Yeah, you probably also think it was all aliens, right?
No, it probably has more to do with the fucking Setites, really.
Oh, right, man. Conspiracies used to be a lot more fun when you didn't really know everything.
Yeah, it's both more interesting and really fucking mundane at the same time. Because, at the end of so many of these conspiracies, it's us, mages, fucking changelings.
Did you ever watch The X-Files?
We used to have it on a loop here at one point. It was just fucking great.
We should probably do it.
Alice really likes that episode with, what you call it, the fluke worm?
Of course she does. And
He wanted to
as
get one
they,
and call it Randy. I don't know why.
oh God. And at that point, as they're like walking off, Ellie starts describing the newest contraption, the Furby blender that
Yeah.
that Alice has found.
So as we fade out of that particular vignette, we can fade back into the next one for you. You get a ping from Baxter. Come on down. And it's near the main entrance of the Warrens themselves. The actual sort of vaulted entrance that leads into the actual sewers and storm drains and everything else of the underground.
I'll text back. Should I have safety equipment?
He sends back, if by safety you mean safety, and the second one is in quotations.
Yes.
You just get back a thumbs up.
Great. So Ellie will bring their gun. Bring their gun, and also probably bring. Actually, may bring a couple of tracking chips, just to be safe. And a like pocket, like maybe one of like the pocket computers that's like, it's not the type of thing that like can hack into a whole network, but it's the type of thing that if you need like even something maybe like some system like just access for monitoring purposes can
even
do
as
that, but
something
really
as simple as like a voltmeter or something,
yeah,
just to see if this is active or not. Just a couple of
exactly.
really handy tools that way. Easily done. Easily fits into a backpack with a few devices in it.
Yeah.
And
I'll head over.
Yeah. So at this bulwark of a door that would not be unfamiliar to those that have ever seen or played Fallout, it's not as grandiose in scale, but no less robust. It may not be able to stop a nuclear weapon, maybe a daisy cutter, maybe a Moab. But one would hope you never have to find out the hard way. But as the door sort of slivers open with a wheezing, groaning, metallic stone creak to it, you are able to get through, and you see a cadre of individuals, some of which you recognize, some of which maybe you should. There is, of course, Baxter. There is Alice, Cyrus, Lump, and two women who decidedly do not fit in amongst the aesthetically challenged. One you would recognize from court. You may not know her by name, but you have seen her in the vicinity many times of the Prince and the Venture Primogen. The other, more waifish in comparison, long hair, but has been tied back up into a high ponytail, both of which are weirdly dressed for stepping in the muck and don't seem entirely shy about where they are. Baxter is, of course, in the midst of point. Okay, you two, don't step there, don't step there, don't step on that one. Not only will it kill you, it will hurt the entire time you're dying. So like the good book says, don't do what Donnie don't does. Jean looks composed, and if that registered in any way, it's not showing on her face. Bianca, on the other hand, of the Tremere Regent when you saw them at the art show you were invited to when you were wearing a false face.
I'm sorry, I think I cut out for a second, so I heard the other one and then it cut at Regent.
She was in the orbit of the Regent at the art show you went to with your false face.
Got it.
But, of course, looming over all of them is Cyrus, who eyes are narrowed in your direction but quickly loses interest. Lump gives a little shaky wave. Okay, guys. All right. So, there's a few of these going on all around town. Some real shit kicking is going on. It's gonna be great. Some people are gonna die. Some people are just gonna get the shit kicked out of them. It kind of depends. We lucky few get to clear out the sewers, or more specifically storm drains, because nobody can actually get in sewers. They're actually really, really small. Maybe rats. But we're going to be going through. We're going to be doing some work here. They're going to be doing some work over there. Bye, Cyrus. And there's a little bit of a glare from him as he does start to skulk off with Lump in tow. Always a pleasure. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, so you, my squadron. I'm your captain, my captain, your captain. We're gonna be storming through. Any of you got guns? Hold up your hands now. You and Jean. Okay. Guns are good. They're a little loud. They might deafen you down here when they go off, but, you know, if you don't got anything else, you know, eardrums grow back. Cora somewhere as her ear is burning might be the wrong sensation.
Literally at that same time.
Just pulsating for no real reason. Now, the rest of us, we got, you know, blunt, heavy instruments, a bit of rebar, a bit of staking, but by and large, we're not here to make friends. We're not here to take prisoners. Interesting if it happens. Maybe a conversation could yield somewhere, but by and large, this is extermination. We are flushing these fucking drains. So, some of the more squeamish among you, and he does look at the Ventru, might be thinking, but Baxter, maybe they're human. Maybe it's not someone we need to kill. Enough of that shit. We're not here to fuck around. They shouldn't be down here. And, you know, maybe if they had a life worth living, they wouldn't be fucking around down here. This is a kill first, and if anyone's still got a jaw in the aftermath, ask a question maybe. It's helpful maybe if we find someone alive, but if they're down here, they're not here for conversation. They're here to be a problem. and we solve problems. It's what we're good at. At least I fucking hope so. So, who wants to help me solve problems? The gusto is appreciated, kiddo. All right, let's go.
Ellie will follow, remembering that maybe some of the like a large assortment of tech things that they brought is going to be slightly less useful than they thought.
Oh, as you're kind of trudging along,
Teaser next time.
Yeah. He looks over his shoulder at you. Hey, that your first time using that out in the wild?
Technically, yes.
Uh-huh. Do you know how not to point that at anybody that you don't want dead?
Yes, that's generally what I know.
Good. Okay, so before anything happens and the panic and the rush and the excitement hits, safety off, Barn. You don't want to find out the hard way that it goes click and nothing goes boom.
Okay, how new is Ellie to guns in general?
How many dots you got in guns, buddy? Do you have at least one?
No.
You have 0 dots.
In firearms, yes.
This is hilarious, and I love every minute of it. Because I imagine you are trying to figure out where the safety even is on this thing, and you press the wrong thing, and the magazine slides out.
Yeah, I think Ellie is trying to make it look like, oh yeah, I'm just making sure that it's clean while also actually looking for the safety.
Yeah, and it just, I imagine based on that though, it just sort of sloops out the magazine. You manage to catch it, but it's this awkward juggle. And the venture next to you, can I not be sending that to John Wick, please? Meanwhile, she is checking her. It's more of a sort of subcompact submachine gun. So it's more modern. It's not a MP7, but an MP5, smaller form factor, but enough to be getting the job done when you have the right ammunition in it and at close range. Are you still out of character? Are you struggling with the weapon still at this point, or have you kind of figured it out?
I think I've kind of figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm also like, I figured out with their safety on. I keep the safety on for now, mostly so I get used to my extra long fingers being around the trigger, and pointing down the whole time to make sure that nothing happens. And then once I feel confident in that, I turn the safety off.
Okay. What I will say is that this is a 2-night excursion. The sewers and the storm drains and everything else is a massive labyrinth underground. It is its own traffic, its own flow. It is a sprawling network of tunnel and detritus. Strangely, it's not all putrescence. It's a lot of what smells like rainwater that's sat too long in most of it. Baxter will point out to you specifically, because you're more of a newcomer, how these are mostly for the storm runoff in preparation of the unremitting seasonal deluge that you have to deal with. One of the projects that Nosferatu as a clan deal with down here is making sure these are robust. Doing repairs often when humanity has forgotten about it. Because hurricanes are a fact of life, and whatever breaks down there is a problem for you in the Warrens. And you notice the Warrens are almost temperature climate controlled in comparison to whatever this is. To borrow from community, this is the room temperature room. So as you were going along, some poor hapless individuals are found already in the occasional traps. Some of them get cleaned up, reset, but mostly it's a case of, hey, Fifth, yeah, I got another one. Yeah, this one. Yeah, that's the red pipe. And it's just coming on down, moving some stuff. You don't have to see it. You don't have to stick around reporting it, but you're moving quick. That problem's already solved itself. You're looking for an active problem. Now, the question I would have for you is that, unfortunately, the numbers game is, this is going to happen eventually. This night, the next night, either way. So, the question I would have for you is, when the time comes, and it will, how do you act? Do you act? As things begin to pop off around you, and more of a sort of 4-point intersection of storm drains where there's a lot of room to move around. The firefight, the fracas breaks out. Whoever this is, they're not passive bystanders that happen to get caught up in the churn of your activities. These are people with violent intent, and like two storms crashing into one another, one has to resolve the other.
Is it something where it feels like we got the jump on them, or they very much like it just...
Well, here's the fun part. I'm going to have you do a little bit of rolling to determine that. You're not necessarily rolling your stats as much as I'm going to have you roll to, let's see. Let's go with stealth or survival, whichever, and these aren't necessarily your dice. I want you to decide a dice pool based on who you have around you.
Oh.
So this is where I get you to tell me a little bit of a story. Perception or intelligence based on, do I spot them or am I anticipating?
I think there's a little bit of... Ellie acknowledges that they're new to this, and so it's a little bit of following the people that they think know what they're doing. So obviously Baxter, also keeping an eye on Jean for how she decide, like where she decides to be aiming at certain times, if she has her weapon at the ready or if it's just always down. I think like Ellie keeps on floundering a little bit between I should use the weapon. I've never used this weapon before. I have learned how to actually fight, so that should actually probably be the way I've known, even though I use a punch and then I don't remember the rest of what happened. in it, but at the very least I know kind of better what to do that. But then again, I probably want to be far away from them. So all that's going through the head, and I think the first thing that happens if a fight breaks out is Ellie is first going to use what they're good at, which is immediately go into the shadows and look for an opening for someone who's not paying attention to go into their path so that they can grab them and either slam them against the wall or drown them in the sewage.
So you would know that drowning, if it's one of your own kind, is a non-starter. It won't accomplish anything
Right.
but just inconvenience or annoy. But if they're
And
a
I think that's
or,
part of it.
Yeah.
If it's not a kindred, then already doing more effective work. If it is a kindred, at the very least, I'm guessing they would be at least distracted enough, being like, God, there's water in my face. Like, it's discombobulating enough that like someone else who's better at it can assist at any point. So I can like shout for assistance taking care of them, or even they're down and then I have like, it's a little bit like shooting fish in a barrel because they're on the ground and I have time to take out a weapon.
So based on that, we'll sort of eschew the previous attempt at a roll. I'd say the tactical situation is that this is Baxter's ground, and Alice is along with you all as well. You think that she would know exactly how and where to navigate. And you've seen her do the little sing-songy thing, sit in the chair with her little teddy bear. No one would ever dare suspect the little creature lunging out of the darkness, losing invisibility mid-pounce, and little dainty doll-like fingers entering someone's head as she bounces them off a pipe many, 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 many times, like an exuberant child in a 90s commercial who has just seen the chocolate egg. Except one time when she pulls her hand back and there's a different dessert of a not quite set ruddy jello. Gunfire erupts. The occasional guttural scream all around you, a little bit of smoke beginning to fill the room, but none of you have to breathe. It is acrid. You can feel the burning in your nostrils and in your lungs. It does get a little hazy, but through it all, there's just a little bit of maybe too gleeful, giddy giggling coming out of Baxter, a man who enjoys his work. I'm going to have you roll for this attempt at a takedown. And this will be strength and brawl at just a 6. And if you have any potence to add to that, now would be the time.
I'm gonna do a couple things. I'm gonna use potence to add 1 die. I'm gonna use a blood to add another die. And I'm gonna use a willpower to guarantee 1 success.
This is your bonus willpower for the evening.
Right, I did purchase. I did go with your other option where I did purchase a permanent willpower with XP. So I already deducted that.
So how many dice are you rolling right now?
4.
I wish you luck.
6, you said? I need you to know that was 2 successes and 2 1s. So all in all, that's 1 success.
You manage to, at first, grab this person and throw them down into the brackish wash that you are all ankle deep in. And as they struggle and slip, they do manage, at least for a moment, you do get them under the water, but they do scramble out of it. For a moment, they sort of push between your legs and start running down a corridor tunnel behind you.
And trying to run away?
Trying to run away.
Is that tunnel towards where we came from?
I'd say in all that chaos and all that mess, you have lost track of exactly which direction is which, because it is an identical 4-way. Things have escalated very, very quickly.
Okay. All right. Okay. Cool.
I'd say as this is all transpiring, there is gunfire here. There is tearing and rending of flesh one little through the haze right next to you. There is a stake bulleting through the air in an unnatural way.
Can I? Probably not, and it's okay if the answer is no, because this will just define what my decision is.
Mm-hmm.
Am I able to, in all that chaos, to see a small, terrified animal at all?
Roll perception, alertness. Because it's such a chaotic situation that would probably drive off anything, I'm going to put this at an 8.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, that's a botch.
Okay. You have... in the midst of trying to find a creature for your devious little purpose, you have lost sight of your target. As you spin around looking for your quarry, another stake splits the fog around you, that acrid gun smoke. A trailing billow sails down that tunnel at an impossible speed, at just absolute Mach fuck. And in the distance, you hear this. But it has missed slightly true of its target, as it did not hit the heart, and they are beginning to trudge along. Seemingly, though, the stake is in their shoulder and they can't move their upper body correctly.
Okay. With that, Ellie is going to immediately give chase.
Okay. I'd say because of them being injured in such a way that is unnatural to them, they keep trying to trudge and it's not working, forcing them into a limp, as it's this almost like a referred pain radiating out from the shoulder and preventing even their legs working properly, because they're compensating horrifically.
Yeah.
I'm not going to have you roll to catch up with them. My question for you is, while this may take some time to get there, what do you do when you arrive?
Oof. Okay.
Would it help if I gave you some options?
No, I have two options floating in my head. One is definitely worse than the other. So I'm not going to go with the worst one. So Ellie's going to arrive and I'm going to grab the stake and kind of use that to like push the person down and kind of hold them in place while everyone else catches up.
Okay. So I'm going to have you roll brawl and strength with your potence, and you don't have to spend more blood because that lasts the whole scene.
Great.
This is going to be, because of the previous botch, and because this is a small but moving target, I am going to put this at an 8.
Great. I am going to use a willpower for this as well.
Okay. Be having them counter roll. How did we do?
3 successes.
3 successes. They matched with a 10, which I will not be re-rolling because I want to keep this interesting. This is now when you see the totality of their inhumanity as they turn this discolored face, this sort of desaturated purple, bared fangs over skin pulled way too tight, and malformed gangrel-like claws that you have seen spring to life more fully formed in an instant out of Chris, either scared or back against the wall. They were out, they were primed, they were perfect. These are almost wrong, twisted and gnarled, both undershaped and overshaped. But one would have to assume just as, if not more, dangerous. So, you've had a turn. They're going to take a little swipe. But I'm going to be putting this at a difficulty of 7 because they have a hard time swinging that particular arm. And they're not used to having that particular set of gears clogged. My question for you is, you have 2 options. You can either be trying to dodge, or you can be trying to fight back.
I think Ellie has a...
I will say you have the stake in your hand. You didn't get to knock them down on the floor, but you did manage to wrench it out of them in the mess. If that helps shave some things.
Yes, I figured the stake was still in them, so that works. In that case, I guess I will attempt to. I'm gonna attempt to fight back with one hand. On the other, I am going to take out one of my tracking chips.
Okay. I will say this is going to split your dice pool if you're trying to do 2 things at once.
Okay, for right now, I will fight back.
Okay. It's not that you can't do it, it's just going to change the math quite a bit.
Well, let's see. Would I be splitting if I'm dodging and trying to get one of the trackers out, as opposed to fighting back?
No matter what you're doing, you're going to be splitting the dice pool in half.
Okay.
If you're trying to do 2 things at the same time.
I'll just fight back then.
You'll just fight back. Okay. So again, we'll be doing Dex and melee. to hit. Because you're wielding an object. So it's dexterity to hit something.
I have no dots in melee.
So that will be at a... Ooh, because of the combat situation, and it is a small object that you were trying to hit, it would be a 9.
Does my used blood increase dex as well?
You can do that.
Should I use willpower now?
What I'll say to make this easier is that when you increase your physicals, it's sort of like a blanket, not just one.
Yeah, that's what
Just
I
for-
figured, but
yeah.
I was just confirming.
And you spent 2 to increase that? Or just 1?
I had spent 1.
Okay. I think you can do 2. That might... Does it say how many you can spend?
There was something about blood per turn, and I don't remember where I put that.
It's at the bottom of your blood pool.
I can only use 1 blood per turn.
Okay. So that's probably your generational maximum.
Yeah. All right. Cool. That's gonna be fine. What is it at?
It is a DC of 9 if you're going to actually be doing staking.
Okay.
Because it's a small object and he's moving.
Yeah, small object and he's moving, and I'm not good at it. It's not a botch, but it's a failure. I got a
Okay.
success that was canceled out.
Okay. I'd say you got 2 successes. There's a horrific scrape down your non-dominant arm as you're trying to scrape into him with the stake, but instead of implanting it in him, you just carve this wicked, awful canyon down the center of their sternum. You can actually see exposed bone. Your left arm for the moment is useless.
Okay. I am going to... Is he against a wall or anything like that?
Yeah, I'd say so. In more ways than one.
Okay.
And you do start to hear some footsteps rushing down your way, sloshing about.
So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to use my force, not using the stake, but it's kind of trying to pin him against the wall with my own body, so that he stays in one place, so that next time I can use the stake on him.
Okay. I'm just going to have you roll a, dex, not dex. I think because of proximity, I'm not going to really have you roll the hit. It's going to be just your strength, because you're basically just sort of in close proximity trying to basically body check and pin him.
All right.
So you're going to do strength and brawl. So you get to add your
I'll use
potence.
Potence, yeah. And I am going to use a willpower for this because I feel this is desperate enough. Sorry, what was it at? I didn't check.
It's just a 6.
That's 5 successes.
Hey. So my question for you is, how screamingly panicked is Ellie in this moment? You have been injured. You have tried and failed at staking, but you have been standing your ground for better or worse. Are you screaming? Are you yelling in their face, cursing at them, screaming for help?
I think there's like, initially it's silence because Ellie's used to being silent, get out of the way. And then there's a little bit of a growl scream when they finally do the push into the wall. And they're gonna do that and then try to take the stake in the functioning arm and try to drive it into the person now that they've been pinned to the wall. And
I'd say
easier target.
there's some difficulty in accomplishing that. In order to prevent those protean enhanced hands from taking you out, you had to find a moment to pin the hands against the chest with your body. You do feel them kind of start to sink in a little bit around your clavicles, but they don't have the leverage to do much more damage.
Could I? No.
I'd say this is where the
I would say,
narration has to interject, unfortunately.
I was going to say, like, maybe just shouts for assistance at that point.
So the footsteps had already been coming, but they are small. The splashes are not impressive, but they are rapid. And little hands reach from off camera as they are sort of speeding by, almost sort of running up along the wall, and they sort of corkscrew the head, wrenching it right off. And as she lands, rather gleefully, holding this head, this mal-shaped once man, all his hopes and dreams in this little misshapen bucket of a head. Ah, I got it. Ooh, that doesn't look good. And she's looking at you, and as the body starts to sag, they're held upright by the fact that they are pinned into your upper chest, ruining that hoodie. So this sagging weight does start to pull you down unless you rip these out of you.
Okay. And as Ellie is pulling the claws out. Nice catch, Alice.
You want it?
You know what? I do.
And I think that's a good place to fade out on, as we do have, unfortunately, one more scene to get through before we are over for tonight. However, if one or two of the players do need to bounce, you can head on out now. I know it's a little bit later for one or two of you. This will be about 20, 25 minutes more. Everything okay, Sam?
Yes, just checking.
Okay.
Sorry.
Now, Artem. While stopped at the gate per usual, you are waved through without a check and instead told to take one of the offshoot roads once you get closer to the main house. Once you do, you find a smaller but no less stately house where several figures are gathered outside next to a tidy little squadron of black Range Rovers. Many of the figures you recognize, others still you do not. Each of them are armed or in the process of doing so. Notably, no rinky-dink little sidearms, but rifles and heavier ordnance. Once you are in the presence of a door-kicking operation that is in the midst of kicking off. More immediately recognizable would be the Prince Everett Brooks, Sheriff Valeria Vega, Deputy Owen Rook, Misha Sokolov, and a handful of others that you may have seen but you do not know the name of. And before I get into further bits, is there anything you would like to muse on as you are walking up to this staging ground?
it's much more professional than he's ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
He's all of a sudden extremely aware of the fact that while he has done doubles before, he's really not played a lot of team ball since he's been a kindred. He's a little intimidated by that.
Do you say anything to anyone, or do you just try to slink on?
No, he's gonna. I guess he doesn't know who called him here specifically, so he'll.
Mhm. You were told the previous night that the prince would be requisitioning you.
Mm-hmm.
So at the minimum, you are here at his behest. Whether or not the word came from him directly, I believe you probably would have been told by Alden on the way out.
Yeah. Then, just present himself to the prince, I guess, and ready to get to work.
He does give you a nod, and he directs you sort of into the not quite circle, but a forming cadre. He does take a bit of accounting of who was present before finally. He stands before everyone, and in a loud and sure voice, "We have confidence in our provided intelligence that display a pattern consistent with a Sabbat presence across several pockets of the county. We will be conducting operations in tandem with other teams, some in active engagement, some as cleanup or backup as required. I have secured coteries of neighboring domains to be sweeping up whomsoever crosses into their territory. This will be happening swiftly, and most importantly, as loud as we have to be, and as quietly as we are able. We will protect the masquerade to the maximum of our capability, but do what needs to be done. Exigent circumstances apply. Now get your assignments from Primogen Halsey."
Artem will go get his assignment from Primogen Halsey.
Some names are doled out to fill in the blanks. Harriet McBride of Clan Jameer. Nichelle Thatcher of Clan Bruja. A few scatterings of others. But for the moment, including the sheriff, the deputy, and the prince, that is your group. And as the sheriff is loading up a rather imposing looking black metal sort of thick set shotgun of some sort, Artem would maybe know that that's a combat shotgun of some sort.
He's probably seen some of those.
Yeah. For McBride, she's not using anything so modern, but something that is a little antiquated, of a drum magazined Tommy gun. For those of you unaware, it is a .45 caliber machine gun that they used to call the trench broom once upon a time. For Vega, she seems to have some sort of carbine, like something built on the AR-15 styling, but there is something wrong about the barreling. It almost looks like it's an oversized suppressor, but no, it's just barrel. It looks maybe just too big for what it is. Magazine is even wider, the sort of mag well is flared to accommodate a larger magazine, a wider magazine. So, as people are being trundled off into various directions and vehicles, is there anything that you would like to muse on before we get the rest of this underway?
He is quite aware that he does not have a firearm.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows that, like, I mean, he's put indents in steel, so he knows that there is a different kind of power, perhaps, that he has access to, but
I'd say as things are getting geared up and getting ready to go, Thatcher will take you aside. Do you need or want a weapon? And she opens up the back of a different SUV with a variety of ballistic implements.
I nod and say, I'm probably not going to use it, but it'd be good to have. I'll take care of it.
So what was exactly would he like to take then?
Probably just a one hand. If she's got a, she have a mag?
A mag. Would it be? We talking just like a magnum, like a big heavy pistol?
Yeah.
Or I guess revolver?
Yeah.
She wouldn't have any revolvers. I'd say like something akin to a Desert Eagle. Something that's good to just like, you wouldn't want to use that really down range, but she lets you know that, yeah, you get up close and personal with someone, you'll make an exit wound the size of a basketball court.
Better at close range anyway.
Well, happy hunting.
You too.
And she just pulls back the bolt on some other carbine of hers. But it does look a little, it's not the same modification as whatever Vega has going on, but something. So, Rover start heading out. I'm going to go into a little bit of narration, and I'll leave you a moment to interject at some point. Over the next 2 nights, the group you are running with stayed largely consistent, but some individuals are swapped in and out for a variety of reasons. Some merely having duties elsewhere, some brought in because their skill sets would be best put to use in a particular murderous excursion or another. But most importantly, throughout all of it, is a ruthlessly efficient rinse and repeat of shock and awesome. Warehouses, industrial spaces, tenements, bush parties, both high and low income housing. Most are in the outskirts, the far orbits of the county. Others more uncomfortably floating towards a semblance of the core. Many are mere false alarms that, thankfully, due diligence prevents any needless wholesale casualties or slaughter, but enough bear rotten fruit that proves the provided intelligence was largely correct. There are high casualties, few prisoners, but not zero. The prince and the sheriff trade off on who is leading which particular task you are on. Rarely are they on the same one. In either case, neither are a slouch, neither shrinking away from leading from the front and doing carnage. My question for you is, how are you feeling about this? What is your level of involvement? Do you pull your weight?
So the chibi version of Artem is taking this experience, and he's got it's in the right now panel, and he's taking it. He's like, later. Basically just kind of numbing himself to the what he has to do now. He knows he knows Alden wants him to stay alive, so he might have a little bit more leeway than he thinks, but ultimately he knows he's got to make a decent impression, and the sooner it's done, the sooner it gets done, I guess. So he's careful. He tries to be as sneaky as he can. He doesn't take a lot of shots. He does everything he can to, get in close and do what he does best. Which may limit his effectiveness, but probably something that was foreseen, if I had to guess.
Despite all the impressive armament, a lot of fighting does come down to close quarter, even with those guns point blank. You see the prince at one point basically have one of your presumed Sabbat opponents fully mouth the muzzle of the shotgun, and it is not just a simple blast. This is, if anyone here has heard of Dragon's Breath, where it's effectively not just shooting flame, but a flaming, burning projectile. And at point blank, really there is not much of anything there. He is nothing if not thorough. On his hip is an old cavalry saber that occasionally does come out in the close quarter, and limbs, heads removed. And in one rather awkward moment, one man is split in twain, and half of him is pushed aside as he goes towards his next would-be victim. When you do see Vega, you realize that the rounds coming out of her modified firearm are heavy, wide, looking like they belong more coming out of a 50 cal stationary machine gun. But fewer rounds. But up close, that's enough. There is almost a balletic motion as she weaves through, using the rifle, alternating to a pistol like you've seen her use up close and very personal as you were in the splash zone of, basically your introduction to her during your own introduction. There are messes everywhere you go. And in one instance, McBride, the Tremere, she's the only one that steps forward. The rest of you are held back as she looks into what is presumed to be a warehouse. And she rolls her whole arm with a snap of the finger at the end, and the room erupts in fire. Whoever comes trundling out, trying to get away from the blaze that unfortunately is quite attached to them by that point, is gunned down. And this goes on like this in every pocket that you go to, presuming there are many of these happening all over the place. Ellie's excursion down in the below of Savannah is not an isolated incident, as more altercations happen below ground as well. Some Ellie is involved in, many not. But it is a fraught pair of nights. My question for both of you is, and this is more so aimed at Ellie, do you kill? Or do you do everything in your power to create a situation where someone else has to? Or do you let someone get away? I'm going to start with Artem. Well, Ellie ponders.
Yes.
You don't have to go into numbers, but you pull your weight.
Yeah.
Do you do the bare minimum, or do you not necessarily excel, but try to strive for competence?
I think he does what he thinks makes the most sense at the time. What makes sense to me is that there are times where other people are firing, being run at by Sabat, and he's kind of in the middle a little bit, and he tries to, like, in those instances, he's not necessarily going to kill them, but all he has to do is, you know, bring the arm down, claws through a leg. They're not moving anymore. They can get shot.
He is on defense in some instances. You're referring to running
Right.
interference.
Exactly. Though in the more close quarters where it makes more sense to get into a close fight, yeah, he's cutting off people's limbs. He's tearing them apart. Brings out the old sire special on a couple of them. Gets a little, you know, a little boom.
A little bit
Lights
of
go
a
out pretty quick when you do that. Turns out,
a little bit of decanting.
right.
Mm.
It's all very efficient. He's not trying to
He's not trying to show off.
He's not trying to show off. He's not trying to lead anyone to longer suffering. He just wants it to be over.
Okay. Ellie.
I think Ellie makes an attempt but can never quite follow through. And so usually has someone else taking care of it, mostly in terms of holding it down, holding someone down, and someone else takes care of the problem. There may be one instance where there is the thought of letting one of them go in the melee, but not wanting to risk that at this stage.
Okay. While it could be perceived as someone not pulling their weight, someone who lacks follow through, you're not shirking away from involvement. You're not shirking away from contribution. You have a hard time doing the act, but you are contributing to the act itself. You can't pull the trigger, but you're helping someone else doing so. That is not nothing. You may not be Captain America in that sense, but you are still being part of the team. Someone who is tackling someone else, helping someone else hold them down, maybe even during interrogation, you're finding yourself maybe a little more useful while Baxter asks a few questions, pulls a few teeth, gets a couple of useful answers, but most of it is just cursing and just insult. Final last gasp before someone, usually Baxter, rips them apart. Sometimes, if Baxter is feeling a little bit frustrated and just a little bit mean, he lets Alice do it. So that the last sounds that they hear beyond their own gurgling is someone doing a little bit of exploring with the inside of their sternum and seeing what goes squish. Is it okay if I fade out from that for you two? I have one final, very brief, little after credits scene. Poppy, as you are walking through SCAD to head back to your car, you run into someone vaguely familiar. Lachlan Montrose. Oh, Poppy, how nice to see you again.
Hi, good to see you. What are you up to?
Oh, I was just doing a little bit late night marking, doing preparation ahead of the upcoming semester. What were you
Giving
doing?
a lot of tests.
He smiles, but there's a little bit of something sneering in it, and his head tilts to the side. Oh, and what do we have here?
It's a cake.
Not the cake he's looking at. The poster board of a drawing. Oh, I recognize the art
yeah.
style.
Oh, do you?
Heidi, right?
Yeah. I did a little modeling for her.
I see that. And I see we both have an eye for young budding talent.
Oh, sure.
Well, I don't mean to keep you.
Nor I you. Have a good night. Stay safe.
You as well.
Fucking bitch ass nerd. I hate that guy so much.
And I think on that glorious note, we fade out for the evening. Thank you for sticking through us, folks. See you next week.